Yeah, obviously that's going to dominate the conversation. We'll be racing this weekend through Memorial Day, and then we'll be off until the Wednesday before the Belmont. That'll be June 4th for a 5-day week of racing in Saratoga. We still got some good racing this weekend. And the good news is things are going to finally clear up, but it does seem like we have to get a deluge the day before our week starts every single week. It's remarkable.
Always. Mother Nature, help us out a little bit here as we'll take a look at what's coming up this afternoon. As mentioned, all races off the turf as we have showing you races 1 through 5 on this shortened show today. Muddy Main Track. We also have some races from Laurel Park in Maryland, races 3 through 7. As always, today's races are presented by Claiborne Farm. You can experience the excitement of the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga with Naira Bets. As we mentioned, it's coming up. Join now and get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus. Use promo code BELMONT25, new promo code for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Sign up at nairabets.com today. Race 1 is brought to you by Spendthrift Farms, 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, who has perhaps his best 3-year-old crop to date on this year's Kentucky Derby Trail. Of course, we saw last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner, Citizen Bull. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day to kick things off. It's 5 furlong maiden special weight for the 2-year-old fillies. A really fun way to kick off the card. And right now, the Todd Pletcher first-time starter, Snowface Princess, taking all the money. As we welcome in champion jockey Richard Migliori here with us. And Mig, always fun to look at these 2-year-olds. It really is the future of the game.
Yeah, 2-year-olds always keep things exciting, and you see how they train in the morning, and you hope that translates to the afternoon. I have to say, overall, this is a very, very well-behaved group. It's a lot of new things for a young horse. And we'll start right there with the one, Snowface Princess. The mare has had one other runner who won both her debut and her second start by midshipman, get 14%. Looks very well prepared. Comes in off a series of slow workouts, which doesn't disturb me as much. I like to see proper spacing between works. Time means less to me. Usually it means more about trainer intention. And, you don't know if they're doing it with a 105-pound jockey or a 140-pound exercise rider. We don't get that information just looking at times of workouts, but she looks very well prepared. And I like the fact that there's precocity in the pedigree, being that the mare has produced a horse that won her first 2 starts. The 4, Vernon Valley, would be absolutely the Paddock pick from a physical appearance. Big, strong, good-looking filly. By Vacoma gets 21% with his first-time starter, 2-year-olds, and the mare has produced a winner. And then the 5 horse, another one, just looks really well prepared for Brad Cox out of a mare that's produced 8 winners, 2 of those debut winners. And Volatile, his sire, Vacoma, gets 21% with his first-time starter 2-year-olds. He gets 20% with his first-time starter 2-year-olds, and a horse that looks very well prepared.
Richie, thank you. 2-year-old fillies making their way out here. So we want to remind everybody you can play along, get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. Let's meet the field, starting off with the 6-5 favorite, Andy, first-time starter, Snowface Princess.
Yeah, taking all the money for Todd Pletcher, probably a good sign. Flavien Prat riding this one. Interesting to see him riding this one. And Irad Ortiz riding the Mark Casse, first-time star of the 4, who's also taking money.
Here's the other Mark Casse runner, Love You.
This one is not taking much money. Not a ton of pedigree to speak of on this horse. The second foal, the first one not very good.
More turf pedigree in the second generation. Here's the only horse with experience, Looks to Kill.
Yeah, the longest shot in the board. This horse did not run very well in the first start, but maybe the experience will help.
Here is, as you mentioned, Irad Ortiz's mount, the 4, Vernon Valley.
Another second foal here. First foal ran a 61 buyer. We'll see what we get from this one. Taking some money, but it could be Irad involved with Irad money too.
There is the 5, Prince of Broadway, but don't be mistaken, is a filly.
Yeah, Keisha and I are dying to hear the story on this one, who we both liked, that has a ton of pedigree, far and away the best side, damn side pedigree.
There is Street Sue.
Thought this one could be dangerous, owned by August Dawn Farm. Of course, Bill Parcells, trained by Mel Giddings. Gets to all reserve this 1.5 to a couple of foals that ran pretty well.
And Kef, big price to the outside.
Yeah, actually, the dam herself wasn't that bad. Probably a little bit more turf, though.
We'll see what she does on this muddy track for the debut. There is Snowface Princess getting an exuberant warm-up out there. First-time starter taking all the money, and oftentimes the board really can be your guide. And it is a Todd Pletcher first-time starter, Andy, but you do have some other big intriguing barns in here.
Yeah, horse was working at Palm Beach Downs, but got a couple of works in Saratoga. My guess is one of those works in particular at Palm Beach Downs, I think was available actually. This horse worked well. You don't really know who she was working against though, and the way she's taking money, you have to think she's probably a runner. And usually Todd's horses, when they're live like this, have speed. But do you worry? You know, the whole thing with these first-time starting 2-year-olds from the rail, I get it. You have less option, you get left, but you can get left from any post, and it's never a good thing. I feel sometimes like trainers overly worry about getting the rail. Do you feel the same way?
I think it's always a concern for an inexperienced horse. I think in large part it's because they have to stand in the gate the
little
longest,
longer, yeah.
you know, when they load in. And sometimes that can kind of make them a bit nervous or get them off balance, as Richie always talks about. And so then when you break, if they're rocked back or not centered, then they don't break as quickly coming out from the inside. And it can be a lot sometimes with other horses coming over. It's certainly not ideal. I think obviously we've seen plenty of horses have success with it. And like you said, still break slowly from another post. But, you know, watching them train in the mornings, you know, I was up in Saratoga this week, and a lot of the 2-year-olds in now, and the gate crew is so good with getting them experience to it. And they'll just walk through sometimes as well, or just stand in the gate. But sometimes the gate just being there can really be a nervous experience.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers don't back up that it's a big there's a bad distribution for first-time starters breaking from the rail. And I think it's not ideal. Like you say, it's like anything, you know, you always want things to be perfect, but they rarely really are. But the outside post, you just feel a little more comfortable out there. And sometimes horses are a little bit intimidated being inside. As Richie likes to say, they break to wide open spaces, and they're more, listen, you're going to be more apt inside or outside to break in or break out. So we'll see the way this one's getting bet. But I do see money coming in, though, for the 4 Vernon Valley and the 5 Prince of Broadway, and you and I are dying to know the story from Mike Dubb or Andrew Rosen of how a filly got named Prince of Broadway.
I know.
It's got to be a story. Maybe we're totally wrong, but it just feels like there's a story. They're both getting bet. This one, Prince of Broadway, I mean, it's a half to quite a few runners. I think 6 or 7 foals ran 80 or higher buyers. And while the dam is now 20 years old, her recent production has been pretty good.
Ben, a very good producer. As we head back down to Richie, what are you seeing after those warm-ups?
Yeah, not a lot changed, guys. I mean, this was a well-behaved group in the paddock. They continue to handle themselves extremely well. I also wondered about that Prince of Broadway. You know, years ago, Jack Klugman had a horse that they named Jacqueline Klugman because the farm manager, when he was foaled, said you got a lovely filly. He put the name in, and it turned out to be a colt. So they stuck with Jacqueline Klugman. I don't know what the case is here, but I'm on the case, guys. I will find out. She looks great. She's going to be my top selection. I love how light she was on her feet, particularly on this sealed racetrack. You know, when tracks are open and muddy, they tend to be a bit stickier, a bit tackier, if you will. She just looked like she was bouncing over the top of the ground. A little bit green with the pony starting out, which I never like to see. It's like if I see a groom that left straw in a horse's tail, I always feel like, what are they missing? But she settled in nicely, and I like everything I'm seeing from her. She is my top pick. The 1, Snowface Princess, again, you know, taking a lot of money from the inside. Looks good. She also, which isn't typical for Todd Pletcher firster, was green with the pony, but now has settled in and seems like she's enjoying the company. And the 4, Vernon Valley. We don't talk about a big, stout filly. Just so much size and substance to her. I like her a lot. I wonder if the 5/8 might even be just a little short for her. She is by Vekoma, who has, you know, just been so good with his young horses, a lot of precocity there. But I'm seeing more of the empire maker from the female side of the family with the size and scope. Genetics in this is always very interesting. But these are the horses taking the money, the 1, 4, and 5, and they are certainly the 3 that stand out from a physical impression.
Really intriguing. Richie, thank you. Always interesting with these 2-year-olds, and it's been incredible what Vekoma has done as a sire so far.
He and Complexity had great years their first year out. Now, Vekoma's been more successful with turf than Complexity, but both of them starting out. And I think it kind of dwarfed the Volatile's done well, but those 2 did so well, especially Vekoma. Listen, Vekoma was a supremely talented horse, and some people just sort of we're confused by him because of the way he kicked his leg out. And there's our new head starter, Scott Jordan. Welcome to NYRA.
Yeah, we're very happy to have him here. Comes in with more than 20 years of experience. Has been the head starter at Churchill Downs since 2006, and this is his first day as the starter here in New York. And Andy, it's a really important job. It's not just obviously starting the races, but involves, we talk about schooling horses in the gate and making sure that they're ready for race day.
Yeah, it's hard to know what everybody does in these jobs. Sometimes we do and don't know. But, you're dealing with so much. First of all, you're dealing with the gate crew. And the gate crew, I have, as you do too, enormous respect for them. But it's a very tough job in general. So getting the races started, there's a lot of pressure in doing it. And we're thrilled to have him here. I've heard so many good things about him. And I agree. And it'll be great to have him here. And I look forward to us working with him.
Absolutely. Well, to hear from him a little bit later on the show, as well as we see him getting ready. A good way to kick things off. You've got 2-year-olds and a bunch of first-time starters.
Right,
for your
we
first
didn't make it
race
easy
at
for
NYRA.
him. We didn't give him a 4-horse field of older claimers that are sort of set in their ways. And I love these races. I really do. I'm just always excited to get the 2-year-old racing going and seeing, potential stars going forward. But I think it's the most fun part of the summer, are seeing the 2-year-old races and seeing horses and, talking about them. Often horses that don't win, that run, a decent third or something, and looking forward to seeing them run going forward. It's just a really fun time of the year.
Obviously, a lot of people want to win first time out in Saratoga. Sometimes if you have one that's ready early, though, you can take advantage of these April or May 2-year-old races, get set for some of the earlier stakes option as well. Or if you have a horse that maybe needs a start, this is a good way to kick things off before you win in Saratoga.
I'm surprised Rudy Rodriguez doesn't have one
Usually
here.
Rudy's
always got horses ready to go early in the year. I'm surprised he doesn't have somebody. He's probably frustrated he doesn't. But yeah, no, I agree, because if you get a start, maybe a lot of these horses need a start before they run the best races, and a lot of times it's more beneficial to them to get that start. The really good ones can win despite that, but a lot of horses just need a race before they can get their act together.
7-5 now on first-time starter Snow Face Princess. Very short price on a Todd Pletcher firster debuting here.
The 5 is the one who's come down a lot, Prince of Broadway, the horse that we all like in here that has sort of the best of the pedigrees. This is the one that's come down a lot in odds, while the one Snowface Prince has gone up. They're kind of ignoring Street Sue. Now, maybe it turns out she won't be that good, but she is a half to a couple of runners, and this one goes out for Bill Parcells' August Dawn Farm, and we've seen him and Mel Giddings have some nice runners over recent years.
We always love to see the coach, and certainly has plenty of good horses in action, as you mentioned, and often see him the training track at Saratoga, of course at the races throughout the summer, which is a lot of fun, and seeing what this filly can do. But debuting by Authentic, a lot of the progeny of Authentic that I've seen have a lot of size to them and like a little bit more distance. And that was something I was a little bit concerned about. But we'll see what this one can do at first asking.
I'm not sure what we're waiting for here. Here we go.
Yeah, circling. There we go. Saw.
I was going to say, it's funny seeing Bill Parcells so much in Saratoga. You just get used to seeing him, and I think you tend to forget who he is.
I know.
You know what I mean? Arguably one of the greatest coaches in football history, and seeing him in Saratoga. But up there, he's just another horse player.
He's a part of the furniture.
Loading like the rest
of us. Exactly. Loading in for race 1, our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. As we mentioned, can always be a little bit interesting. Here's kind of what we were talking about. So the one Snowface Princess, she loaded very professionally. Now Love You is taking a bit of time to go in the gate, so as a result, the one is waiting in there.
And also, our ex-starter from years ago, Bob Duncan, works with Todd Pletcher and is very involved with the 2-year-olds and his horses in general. And of course, Bob, in my opinion, a legend and somebody who, you know Bob a bit, I'm sure. Yeah, we all know Bob. To know Bob is to like Bob.
Absolutely. So we see number 4, Vernon Valley, another first-time starter, only one with experience in this race, and she's the longest price on the board thus far. Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day to kick off the Friday action. A good way to start at race 1 coming up here. Chris Griffin has the call.
Street Sue. Starter Scott Jordan and the team loading the last horse towards the outside is Kef. Kef goes in. All set. And they're off. Broken an even line. Street Sue's got early speed towards the far outside, and here comes Street Sue, who's quickest. Joel Rosario and Street Sue. They will cross over, get in front of the field, and they've got the speed. They're up by a quick 3.5 lengths with 4 furlongs left to go. Moving up on the outside is Kef, is now taking a clear second. Getting out is Vernon Valley, and that's going to drift out Prince of Broadway. At the rail is Snowface Princess trying to keep up. The two at the back, Love You and Looks to Kill. They're chasing Street Sue, 22.54, but Vernon Valley is ready to pounce towards the outside. Is well out in the center of the racetrack. Kef is trying to keep up. Prince of Broadway is in fourth. They reach the top of the stretch, hugging the rail at Street Sue, but Vernon Valley, very green out in the center of the track, but Vernon Valley strutting her stuff towards the outside. Gets in here, and still Vernon Valley with a neck advantage with a furlong left to go. Street Sue is not going away, is now a clear second. Vernon Valley, Irad Ortiz Jr. opening up here in the lane. It's Vernon Valley to win it. Street Sue second, then came Prince of Broadway, and a late run from Snowface Princess in 58.87 seconds.
Number 4, Vernon Valley gets the win, still learning her lessons. As you heard in Chris Griffin's call, she still made some mistakes, but she got the win here. Andy able to run down Street Sue, that pace setter.
Street Sue got out of there like a rocket ship and easily took the lead and opened up. She ran well to be second, but Vernon Valley was able to get back in the game and run well. Another Vacoma winning here. A little bit green in the stretch there in the wet track. I thought Prince of Broadway ran well, didn't break well, was steady back after the start, and sort of got in the race, was running at the end. And Snowface Princess is an odd one. Broke very well for Todd Pletcher, was up early, dropped all the way back towards last in the field, and did re-rally and get fourth here, beaten about 5 lengths by the winner. But not a particularly good performance by that firster. But this one for Mark Casse was ready to go, and Irad ended up on the right one.
Yes, he did. As we saw last year, Mark Casse with a really strong 2-year-old class, both on turf and dirt. And this is a New York bred winning against Open Company and could be the shape of things to come.
He had a nice-looking 2-year-old turf winner yesterday, a first-time star with Frankie Dettori down at Churchill that won impressively. And you're right. I mean, Mark had a great summer last year with his 2-year-olds, and we're seeing it right now. Again.
Vernon Valley gets the win. Another Vacoma. Irad Ortiz aboard. Here's what we were talking about being a bit green. Hanging on that inside left lead. Irad Ortiz asked her a couple of times to switch because she was leaning in. And especially in that case, when you have the momentum, the last thing you want is to have a claim of foul take place if you lug into the 6 there on the rail.
Yeah, no, agreed. And Irad did a good job. And, you know, I know there's a lot of talk about Irad. I can't remember the last time he was involved in an inquiry in New York.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Even been involved in one, and yeah.
Well, we keep with the 2-year-old theme as we turn our attention over to Laurel Park. 2-year-old fillies going 4.5 furlongs on the main track. It's a maiden special weight here as they move towards the starting gate. You've got a couple of horses taking money. The number 5 just filtered 9-5. What Are We Doing? The 3 also 9-5. These two kind of going back and forth through favoritism.
Neither Brittany Russell, the trainer of the 3, What Are We Doing, or Gary Capuano, trains the 4 and 5, have good numbers with first-time starting 2-year-olds in dirt sprints. Capuano's numbers just 4 for 35, 71 cent ROI for every $2 bet. Just Filtered, though, does have the pedigree.
Huge pedigree.
There's about 6 runners from that dam that were very strong, about 4 that weren't that good. But that would be where I would go, and the guessing on the pedigree, we'll see what happens.
All 11 foals winners, 3 of them stakes winners, 4 of them stakes place. So the mare has been quite a good producer. Filly by Great Notion, who certainly has had a lot of success as a stallion in Maryland. As far as the number 3, What Are We Doing? More turf on the bottom side for this one.
Yeah, no, the first foal didn't do much running in here. You sort of always scared of Brittany Russell. This one's for Mike Dubb as well, who just had the 3rd place finisher in race 1 here. So he's getting the 2-year-old started. Seeing some nibbles with money from the 2 horses on the outside. Hard to really know, but I would go where the money is with Just Filtered.
Looks to be the ones in the right spot as we load in. The 6 married to the game. A little bit of precocity in the siblings, 2 of them winning at the age of 2. This one debuting for Jerry Robb, 9-2 right now on the board. As we get ready for race 3, Laurel Park coming up, we'll send it up to Dave Rodman for the call.
Just waiting for Pichu. 9-5 on Just Filtered. Final filly up, Pichu. Lined up. And they're off. Last Gift very fast, Married to the Game, and What Are We Doing is up there in between horses, has to steady it just a bit, heading into the turn. On the inside is Tip Manny in fourth. Just Filtered is fifth as they round the far turn, 5 lengths from the speed. Doc's Miracle to the back of the pack, and Pichu is seventh. Married to the Game takes the lead easily from Last Gift, who battles back on inside. Tip Manny moving right on through Tip Manny. What Are We Doing out 4 wide? Just Filtered is coming around them on the extreme outside, losing lots of ground, but willing into the stretch. Tip Manny got through on the inside, got the jump, leads it by 2 lengths at the 3/16, but Just Filtered, confidently ridden and set down to the outside. Just Filtered pulling away, 3, 4, 5. Good looking debut for Just Filtered. Just Filtered scampering home to win by a half dozen. Wow. Just Filtered from Tip Manny, and then Married to the Game, Doc's Miracle.
Well, it seems just about everything from this mare can run, and Just Filtered, no exception, winning impressively on debut for Gary Capuano.
I mean, did not break, steadied back a little bit, got position, moved 4 and 5 wide around the turn. This was extremely impressive, this horse. Now, I don't know what was behind her, but this was a very nice-looking debut for Just Filtered.
Huge effort. It did not break that quickly, as mentioned. Swooped the field. The 2, Tip Manny, the second place finisher, came up the rail and had a much more ground-saving advantageous trip, but huge effort from the 5, Just Filtered on debut. Back over to New York for the 2-year-olds. Here, Belmont at the Big A, Vernon Valley wins on debut with Irad Ortiz in the saddle and maybe a touch green, but she was best here, getting the victory at first asking.
Nice runner for DJ Stable, $130,000 for this one back in October, and they've got a nice runner here and an excellent debut for this one. Another running Vacoma.
Just amazing.
Yep.
They had an incredible year with this 2-year-olds, and continuing on that momentum, Vacoma as a stallion. We'll see if she's a bit more professional next time out. She'll certainly get a lot out of this race. Vernon Valley with the win, though, over Street Sue, who's also one to watch. You'd mentioned some of the merits that she seemed to bring in. Broke very sharply and was a game second in here.
Yeah, a lot of speed, and I don't know much you usually get that from the Authentics.
Yeah.
But this one was really ready to go. Good job by Melanie having this horse ready to go first time. Just wasn't good enough to beat Vernon Valley.
Vernon Valley, $8.50 winner in our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Race 1 in New York. When we come back, we'll take a look ahead to tomorrow's Paradise Creek Stakes and some of the contenders. There's Pivotal Moment hanging out in Saratoga, getting ready to come down to the Big A. Kept trying to sneak a snack as I was taking his stall videos over there. Talk a little bit more about the Paradise Creek after this.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Paradise Creek has a short lead. On the outside, Solar Splendor is right there with them. 5 lengths back to River Majesty. Set down for the drive, and Paradise Creek is under a hand ride here by Pat Day, and he has shrugged off the challenge of Solar Splendor, and he comes cruising into the final furlong. An impressive victory once again. Paradise Creek will win 6 in a row. He's a top-notch racehorse. He's won by 5.
Top-notch racehorse indeed. Paradise Creek in the 1994 Manhattan, as you heard in that call, going to get 6th in a row.
He was a tremendous racehorse. And in some ways, he got a little overshadowed by Lure, as Lure trounced him in the 92 Breeders' Cup going a mile. He was better, though, going longer. And actually, in Lure's last win, those two met up in the Bernard Baruch at Saratoga. 4-Star Dave finished second, what I believe may have been his last race as well. Paradise Creek was a tremendous racehorse. You see Solar Splendor was chasing him there. He was quite the horse as well, but Paradise Creek, he's one of the best American turf horses we've had in many years.
Pretty impressive. He even finished second in the Japan Cup as well.
He was that was a great family too, that North of Eden family.
Of course, trained by Bill Mott, 1994 champion grass horse. 4-time career Grade 1 winner. As we take a look at the Paradise Creek, this one is a 6-furlong sprint, but came up a very interesting and salty field as well coming up tomorrow for race number 10. We'll take a look at Pivotal Moment, who he had some time away from the races. He came back in February, and he won impressively to break his maiden down at Gulfstream.
I thought this was way too competitive a race for anybody to be a 2-to-1 morning line in there. But if David Aragona has him 2-to-1, he's probably right. He usually is, and this was obviously a very impressive move this horse made to get it done. 5 furlongs at Gulfstream and 6 furlongs at Aqueduct, 2 very different situations. But he's obviously extremely talented.
I'm a little biased. I named him.
Did you really? Cool.
He did. So.
What is the pivotal moment? Is there
he's out of a mare named Tipping Point. So it's the pivotal moment when you reach the
I like
tipping
that.
point.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, you've done pretty well the horses you've named. Senbei, who you named, is a tremendous horse, one of my favorites as well. He's really grown on me. It's not just because you named him, but he's a very neat horse.
We'll take a look at Clock Tower coming in for Wesley Ward, a horse that will be cutting back in distance after trying the Transylvania last time
An unusual Wesley Ward horse, and this is the Jimmy Durant, Cecil B. DeMille, back at Del Mar, I think early December. An unusual Wesley Ward horse that's more of a router. Now, he's got very good numbers turning horses back from routes to sprints on turf, which think makes him dangerous in here. We'll see. I thought this was a really fun race. A lot of interesting horses.
It certainly appears that way. As you said, not your typical Wesley Ward runner, but out of a Buston Stones mare, which I thought was interesting as well for the cutback in distance as far as the sprint angle.
No, I agree. It is funny, the Buston Stones.
Yeah.
I don't think of Wesley Ward as having those horses as well, though he does like fast horses, and Buston Stones can certainly get a fast horse.
That'll be coming up as race 10 on Saturday, the Paradise Creek sprinting on the turf. We look forward to it as we head back to today. Horses in the paddock for race 2 were off the turf. There is the main track only runner, Ragtime Sizzle, who's currently the favorite for Linda Rice. We'll talk a bit more about her chances, the rest of the field after this on America's Day at the Races.
And they're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus Class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value Pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the player's track.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. As we get ready for race 2, we're off the turf in here, so more compact field all towards the outside numbers. And there is the 11 Ragtime Sizzle Andy, obviously a horse that was entered to run on the dirt. It's Linda Rice. There's plenty of things to like, but she is stretching out from 6 furlongs to 1 mile and 3/16.
Yeah, there's a stretch you just don't see very often. But you are talking about a Union Rags, and Union Rags who won our Belmont Stakes, and the Dam is a Lemon Drop kid. So from that pedigree, I imagine that's one of the reasons Linda had no problem stretching this horse out. She's done very well claiming Kentucky, but she did claim this horse away from Eddie Keneally, a first-time starter. And I looked up some numbers. Claimed from Eddie Keneally overall, 15 for 160, 9% and a 58-cent ROI. On the dirt, 13 for 115, 11% and a 69-cent ROI. So as well as Linda does, not an easy barn to claim from.
Here's the horse that will have the rail, the 8 Dimensionality, who has some dirt races.
Yeah, I think this is the one that has the confirmed dirt ability going long and is the second likeliest winner at worst in here.
And coming off of a third on the turf at 1 mile and an 1/8, so has some distance foundation to work with. 5-2 for John Terranova. There's the 9 Unlimited Spending. There is some pedigree for this one.
But Isano Fevre, who is obviously a very good turf horse, so whether or not you get dirt for him, I don't know. And even though the Dam was a dirt horse, they only wanted to run this horse on turf.
Luck for You, another horse that has some dirt for him.
Has plenty of dirt for him, but is not as good as Dimensionality as far as dirt horses.
And Even Money, Ragtime Sizzle on that stretch out in distance.
Maybe I shouldn't have gone for this one. I did pick her in this race. I figured that she would be the controlling speed coming out of the sprint for Linda, and she has the pedigree to stretch out. The 11 and 8, I think in both our opinions, they're the two main players in here. I would try to beat the 9 Unlimited Spending of the ones getting bet.
6-5 on Ragtime Sizzle, who will stretch out in distance. Let's go back to the 9 Unlimited Spending quickly, because this is a horse, as you mentioned, out of unlimited budget, who was third in the Kentucky Oaks, actually ran in the Belmont Stakes. I had forgotten that as I was
totally
looking up
forgotten
this
that.
pedigree.
Yep.
And then she was sold to Shadai Farm in Japan for $1.3 million. Mike Rapoli went back to Japan to purchase this filly as a 2-year-old for about $212,000.
He's still way up,
He's
though.
still way up, but it's just so interesting. And then they run her twice on the turf, and she has no speed. It's really, really interesting. And Ofevra, if you're wondering, is the sire of Ushba Tesoro as well.
Who's a good dirt horse,
very
so
good.
she can sire, or he can sire a dirt horse. Well, Mike sold the Dam for $1.3 million, so he's got some money to spend buying the foals back, and we'll see. I mean, it is weird because Ofevra, as you say, more known as a turf horse, but Ushba Tesoro, a good dirt horse, and the Dam side. So maybe coming off the turf is a blessing for them to get a chance to try.
Will be interesting to see, but we mentioned in the first race about our new head starter. He is standing by with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. I'm here with Scott Jordan, our new starter. And Scott, you were at Churchill Downs for 30 years. I mean, this is a big move. How did this all come about?
Yeah, it's one of those, it's an opportunity. You know, Churchill was very good to me. You know, without them, I wouldn't have got this opportunity. So I just decided to move and try for a different, scene.
And now you've got like a different crew here. How's that been, getting to know the guys and how you do things?
You know, I've been over there schooling the last, few mornings and everything, and I do things a little different, but these are all a bunch of good guys, and they know what they're doing and stuff. I just, there's a little change here and there, but it'll all work out.
What's been the biggest adjustment for you now coming to New York? Quite a bit different. Certainly a lot more congestion around here.
The traffic's something else around here now. But no, it's all been good. The guys have been, very welcoming and everybody here in the organization's been very good. So, it's been a pretty easy transition right now.
Well, it's great to have you. Best of luck and welcome to the team.
Thank you.
Guys.
We echo Richie's sentiments. So best of luck to Scott and welcome aboard. We apologize on behalf of the Belt Parkway and the Van Wyck.
I'm not apologizing for the Van Wyck. I'm not taking any responsibility for the Van Wyck. I don't know who's responsible for it, but
it causes me pain every day.
That fortunately, I rarely drive. But I was in a car actually the other day, and I said, I'm never in a car anymore these days, especially down in the city. It'll be an adjustment. We're thrilled to have him, obviously, and just look forward to having him working with us here. And I imagine things will go well.
Absolutely. As you said, I've only heard great things about him and the work that he's done in Kentucky. So welcome to the team here in New York. As horses are on the track warming up for this off-the-turf race, let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, guys, just watching everybody warm up, full field of 4. I landed on the 9 unlimited spending. I know she started her career on the turf. She's slow early. But the mare, Unlimited Budget, was a multiple graded stakes winner on dirt. And the sire seems to be just as proficient turf or dirt from what I can decipher looking at the European stats. But I just thought she was kind of interesting. Your favorite, the 11, Ragtime Sizzle, by Union Rags, obviously a Belmont Stakes winner. There's certainly stamina in the pedigree. Looking at her, she's a little bit on the smaller side, not one that I normally correlate to getting a mile and 3/16, but she's a very well-balanced individual, and I think that's more important than size, the efficiency of stride. I really feel very strongly that the public has it right because they're both taking the majority of the money here.
8-5 now on the 11 Ragtime Sizzle. Richie, thank you. As we touched on pedigree, certainly would suggest this filly should be able to handle the distance, but it is a tall order in just your second start. 3-2.
I would I guess it's connections to make Unlimited Spending a shorter price, dimensionality, but I don't know why you would want to take that horse over the number 8. I took the 11, you took the 8. To me, they're the 2 horses in here. I think you're supposed to bet against Unlimited Spending, but we'll see.
Thought dimensionality intriguing with some of that dirt foundation as we see horses load into the gate for this off-the-turf second race. Here is Chris Griffin for the call.
They're off. Luck for You was quickest right out of the gate, and Luck for You. Melvis Gonzalez will put this runner on the lead. It's Luck for You, intent on getting to the front, and Will is up by 1.5 lengths. Towards the inside, Dimensionality is now in tandem with Ragtime Sizzle. And Unlimited Spending is the early trailer. They're chasing Luck for You, and Luck for You is going to take them into that turn, is still up by 1.5 lengths. Here towards the outside, Ragtime Sizzle is a stalking second with At the Rail, Dimensionality. Still the trailer. Unlimited Spending is now 3 off the lead as they work to the backstretch. 23-4 for that opening quarter mile. Luck for You will try to take them all the way. Its apprentice, Melvis Gonzalez, on Luck for You is up by a full length. Ragtime Sizzle and Jose Lezcano just stalking that pace setter and under a tight hold here, saving all the ground. Ricardo Santana Jr. on Dimensionality. 48-3 for the half-mile time. Still the trailer. Irad Ortiz Jr. on Unlimited Spending. The leader is Luck for You. Longest price in the field, and Luck for You approaches a half-mile left to go. And Luck for You starts a sprint for home. Ragtime Sizzle, no move yet. Dimensionality is trying to keep up, and here comes Unlimited Spending, who's the first to make a move. Unlimited Spending is now push the button here towards the inside of Dimensionality and Ragtime Sizzle. They're still chasing the clear leader, Luck for You, and Luck for You is trying to sprint away from the field right now, is up by 1.5 lengths, almost 2. Is going to ride the rail, and Luck for You is trying to pull off the upset. Dimensionality now drifts out in the center of the racetrack. Unlimited Spending is making hard work of it, trying to cut into the margin of Luck for You, who's still there and widening. It's Luck for You, who has a furlong left to go. Here towards the outside is Dimensionality, who starts to catch strides, and it's Dimensionality to the outside. Luck for You just keeps on going. Luck for You, longest price on the board. That's your winner. Luck for You over Dimensionality, Ragtime Sizzle, unlimited spending in 1 minute 57.89 seconds.
Luck for You, gate to wire, got the lead, and that proved to be the right move in this field, Andy.
I don't know how you could predict that this horse would be in front of the number 11 Ragtime Sizzle. That didn't work out at all, rating that horse a distant third. But Luck for You, it's why you stay in these off-the-turf races. A horse that would have been a gigantic price in the turf, big price today in the dirt, but got it done.
And it had some dirt races, as we mentioned, just maybe on paper didn't look quite as good as a horse like Dimensionality. Dimensionality had every chance, though, and Ricardo Santana really tried with her to get by, not able to do so. As Luck for You got very comfortable on the front end.
Yeah, nobody could get to him. Thought the 8 maybe would come out in the stretch for Ricardo, just couldn't run this horse down. And not sure why they weren't aggressive with the 11, but whatever case, it didn't work out, but maybe just a bad claim.
10, 8, 11, 9 in race 2 in that off-the-turf race. We'll bring you prices and more. We'll also head back over to Laurel Park after this on America's Day at the Races.
Watchtower coming at Maduro. Maduro, Watchtower. Watchtower got her.
DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, and usually well. We head back over to Laurel Park, getting ready for the 4th race. We're on the turf here. 5.5 furlong sprint for the Maryland-bred fillies. The maiden special weight coming up, and you have a very short price favorite in the 6th, Yo Adrian, who is 1-5 right now for Brittany Russell. More on that filly in a moment, but first we'll kick off the post parade with the one Kissed at Dawn. Back to the turf.
First time out in the turf. It wasn't a horrendous performance, but did finish well behind Yo Adrian.
9-1 right now as we take a look at the 2, Granule, who has had plenty of chances.
Yeah, both she and Sevens Magic outside of her have had a lot of chances. Do love the Holy Bosses, but this one's just running out of chances for me.
Speaking of Sevens Magic, here she is, only the 2nd time on turf, though.
Yeah, she is. She hasn't been on the turf in quite a while. The last time was going long. We'll see.
27-1 right now, biggest price on the board. Here is the 4, Daring Delight, who switched to the turf last time.
Yeah, and did show some life, a best race that she's ever run. She finished behind Yo Adrian, but I don't think she's impossible.
First-time starter, not taking much money, worth a dime, but there is turf pedigree.
There is some turf pedigree in this one, and it's to see the Moslers, a war front, so maybe this one could run.
Dan was a 3-time grass winner. Here's your favorite, 1-9 now on Yo Adrian.
You got to imagine in her second start, she'll probably have more speed. And at 1-9, you don't want to be trying to come from 20 lengths behind. But, I mean, she dropped completely out. It says shuffled out in the charts. That's inaccurate.
Yeah, I agree.
Wasn't shuffled back.
I agree. And Donna Luna, first-time starter to the outside by opportunity.
He's not a terrific turf sire, especially sprinters, but there is some dam side turf pedigree.
Back over to New York, Luck for You heads into the winner's circle, takes them gate to wire in race 2, Belmont at the Big A.
Only one rider wanted to go, and in that case, it worked out. Set what was an honest pace, but nobody else wanted to go, and this one able to wire the field is the longest shot on the board by far.
5-pound apprentice Melvis Gonzalez gets the win with this horse. Went to the lead, never looked back, able to hold off Dimensionality for second. Luck for You in start number 11 gets to break her maiden in this off-the-turf race. Aggression paying off here in race 2. $22.60 winner, biggest price on the board at 10-1. As we head back over to Laurel, we have the 4th race, as mentioned, coming up here. Did you see any chance to try to go against the favorite?
Well, I mean, it is a little ridiculous that this horse is 1-5, especially considering how the horse had no speed whatsoever first time out. But her effort was so much faster than anybody in here has run that she is an overwhelmingly likely winner. If I was going to try to beat her, which I'm not, I would probably go to the number 4, Daring Delight, who, despite the fact that she finished behind her, she can be a little bit closer in her races, and I think she did show some real improvement in the turf. So if I wanted to try to beat the favorite, which I'm not inclined to want to do, I think Daring Delight is the most logical one to do that.
Does seem to make sense. Daring Delight, who had just that one turf race, did take a step forward when getting onto the grass last time out. Looks like a very nice day over in Maryland there. Of course, back at Laurel Park on the heels of Preakness Stakes 150, where we got a chance to see Journalism win. Journalism is shipped to Saratoga. Of course, now final decision as to whether or not he will enter into the Belmont Stakes, but of course we're hoping that he will, and looking forward to seeing what the potential matchup between him and Sovereignty could be.
Yeah, it seems pretty clear his trainer, Michael McCarthy, thought, I have a horse that might be going to the Triple Crown, so I'm going to train him to be able to run in all 3 of these races. And obviously squaring off against Sovereignty would be fascinating. And it'll be interesting to see if it happens. Baeza as well, some others potentially joining them in there. But they are the big names, the 2 Triple Crown winning horses, or 2 Triple Crown race winners.
Of course, looking forward to that Belmont Stakes up at Saratoga coming up in just a little over 2 weeks. Get ready back over at Laurel Park, though, as mentioned, for our friends in Maryland. And the 4th race, sprinting on the turf coming up. Yo Adrian for Brittany Russell, a very short price in this upcoming race. 3-year-old filly making her second start.
The horses that are taking money both ran behind her and were not particularly effective in there. Daring Delight, the 3rd choice, the 1, Kissed at Dawn as well. She's had an off-the-turf start since then, but she comes back in just 2 weeks since that race.
Loading in for the 4th race as we get set to see if Yo Adrian can get the job done at second asking. Here's Dave Rodman with the call.
Worth a dime. 1-5 on Yo Adrian. Donna Luna. And they're off. Good break for Yo Adrian today with Sevens Magic, along with Granule and Kissed at Dawn, flashing early speed. Yo Adrian is fourth and settling, and Daring Delight another 5-back. Donna Luna worth a dime, last on the inside. Kissed at Dawn sets a good tempo, heading into the turn, opens up 2 on Granule in second. Sevens Magic bearing out a bit in third position. Yo Adrian in between horses now takes that third spot. Daring Delight inside of Yo Adrian as they round the turn, worth a dime, and Donna Luna's at the back. Racing to the top of the stretch, more than a quarter of a mile left to go to the second wire. Kissed at Dawn leads the way from Granule by some 3 lengths, and Daring Delight. Yo Adrian trying to kick it on the far outside. Yo Adrian now getting into gear toward the center of the course. Here comes Worth a Dime. Worth a Dime with a big run on the far outside. Worth a Dime closing. Yo Adrian's taking the lead, but Worth a Dime on the outside means business. Worth a Dime and Forest Boyce 14-1 over the 1-5 Yo Adrian to the second wire finish. Worth a Dime beats Yo Adrian, then Granule third.
As mentioned in the post parade, Worth a Dime was the one with the big turf pedigree, but she was cold on the board. Didn't matter, Andy. She came with a flourish, able to run down your favorite.
Yeah, Yo Adrian easily beat all the other horses with experience, but the first-time starter, Forest Boyce, riding this one, gets the job done and runs her down at the end at a big price. 14-1.
Second win, I believe, today for Forest Boyce. This one ready on debut for Tim Keefe. Certainly a very strong trainer there in the Mid-Atlantic, and this horse ready at first asking, getting the job done. Worth a Dime over Yo Adrian at Laurel Park. Bringing prices and more when we come back and continue our Belmont Stakes conversation. Will he move forward into the Belmont? Journalism has arrived up at Saratoga and is prepping there for a potential start in the final jewel of the Triple Crown.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
Justify comes roaring home. He's just immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
An Arabian Lion claws to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 10th with a 12:50 first post. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the win early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the app. I'm sure plenty of people running through Penn Station are on Naira Bets.
I have not been in Moynihan. I always go to
It's
the
very
Penn
nice.
Station. I hear it's
It
great.
is a huge difference,
But
huge
you know,
upgrade.
coming down from where I do, it's easier to go to Penn Station.
Yeah,
but I should
right.
check out Moynihan.
Well, as we mentioned before the break, we're getting closer and closer to the Belmont Stakes. And as far as the Kentucky Derby is concerned, we are hoping we get a chance to see the top 3 finishers rematch. Of course, Sovereignty got the win for trainer Belmont. They opted to skip the Preakness Stakes and wait for the Belmont. Journalism, the runner-up, went to the Preakness, They waited to the last moment to make the decision. He got the win there. And then, of course, there's Baeza waiting in the wings, who also has his sights set on the Belmont.
I think all three of these horses could easily be winners of the Belmont Stakes and perhaps some of the others as well. But I think the dynamics are very different. What would be a smaller field up there in a different sort of pace scenario favors journalism more than Sovereignty, who could be a little pace dependent. Though Sovereignty is one of those deep closers that seems to get the job done and run effectively whether or not the pace is particularly quick. So we'll see how that affects things. And Baeza's a horse who can be more forwardly placed than either one of them. And perhaps he could be a horse that might be in a better dynamic situation than the other two in the Belmont. Interesting situation.
It certainly is. As we take a look at the Preakness Stakes, where journalism got his day in the sun, muscling out there in the stretch. Things got a little bit tight for a moment, and turns out that he really was just much the best against that field when he finally was in the clear.
Oh, this was a very impressive performance by him. You see how Sandman has the momentum, is actually by him at this point, and how he just runs away from that one. This is one of the most impressive final 16ths of a mile you'll really ever see in a dirt race, because they weren't stopping up front. He was just rolling. It's a very, very good horse. I have absolutely no idea how anybody looks at that and thinks that Flavien Prat's at fault and not Rispoli. And I'm not saying Rispoli was way out of line or anything, but the incident occurred because he tried to bull his way through the hole that wasn't really there and take a spot away that Flavien Prat had inhabited. Prat didn't do anything wrong. Rispoli did. Fortunately, it wasn't that big a deal. I do think they maybe wanted to look at it a little bit longer than they did. I don't believe a disqualification was in order, but I was a little surprised to hear that Rispoli didn't get any days.
Interesting notes there, but as you mentioned, kind of using a hole that didn't seem to exist to get his horse to move forward. But as we mentioned, journalism was clearly much the best in that Preakness. Up, here's Chris Griffin.
Caffrey, last to load to the outside. Caffrey going in. All set. And they're off. Command Performance is asked for speed, but the outside markers here is Perfect Flight and Caffrey. These two speed towards that first turn together. To the inside, it's Perfect Flight and Katie Davis. To the outside, Caffrey and Dylan Davis, and these two square off. And now Caffrey will clear, gets over to the rail, is up by a length and a half. Taken back now is Perfect Flight, switches to the two-path, will stalk the pace setter. Just off of them is OP Firecracker, who's now a comfortable third. At the rail, that's Tis a Beast, who's in the green silks, is now length and a half, almost two, in front of Tiberius Mercurius. Far back to Command Performance, and the trailer, Bold Victory. They work up the backstretch, and Caffrey is in front, 23-1 for that opening quarter mile. Chasing to the outside, it's Perfect Flight. Still right there from second. OP Firecracker is third. They're 3.5 lengths in front of Tis a Beast, who's making hard work of it, trying to keep up here from fourth. Here's the run from Tiberius Mercurius. And Christopher Elliott, they're on the move. They've just taken fourth and trying to get within range of a 46.63 quick half mile time. Far back still, Command Performance and Bold Victory. They work into the far turn. The leader, it's Caffrey. Caffrey is in front, is still up by a half length. Here comes Perfect Flight, is ready to re-engage towards the outside with OP Firecracker all in here from third. Tiberius Mercurius is slowly cutting into the margin, still far, far back to the rest. 1:10-4 for 3/4 of a mile. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Caffrey and Dylan Davis, still as a statue, now gives the cue, and Caffrey's trying to open up. Tiberius Mercurius has been the one catching the eye and making up some ground, but still trying to get away as Caffrey late. Tiberius Mercurius just grinding away out in the center of the racetrack. Caffrey's going to try and hold on for a final 16th. Tiberius Mercurius keeps inching closer. Caffrey to the inside. Tiberius Mercurius going to try and lunge one more time. Give it to the inside. Caffrey wins it over Tiberius Mercurius. Then came OP Firecracker and a photo between Bold Victory and Command Performance. In 1 minute 50 seconds flat.
Well, it wasn't by open lengths like last time, but Coffray was able to wire the field yet again, digging in to hold off Tiberius Mercurius late in the stretch.
And he set a fast pace in doing it, so he really did run well. Did the track help a little bit? I don't know. That was a great ride by Christopher Elliott and Tiberius Mercurius, who cut the corner. Just sort of hung and wasn't able to get by him in a hang job. And our two horses, they're just plotters, and they never got the race.
Coffray, though, able to do it again for Pat Quick. Makes it 2 wins in a row. Wired the field pretty comfortably last time. This time had to work for it in the stretch, but he did dig in. Dylan Davis handles this horse very well, just holding off Tiberius Mercurius in the stretch.
Yeah, he did come out quite a bit. There's no question he did.
Yep.
I don't know if he committed any fouls, but he came out significantly. He's in about the 2 path now. Tiberius Mercurius in the 4 or 5 path is drifting a little on his own. Now let's see. Dylan goes to left stick. And he comes out there. But, you know, he's far enough away from. It's a bit of a herd, but I feel like the 3 was drifting his own. Now, right here, he comes out at the end. I don't like that, but he didn't come close enough to hitting him, and I think the 3 was drifting and hanging a bit on his own.
Richie, what were your thoughts on what we saw in the stretch?
Well, absolutely, there was no foul. There was significant drifting, but you know, this is something Christopher Elliott will learn. This is, you know, when you're an apprentice, these are the things you have to learn. Hold your line. Let him make contact with you. Let him initiate the contact. He's coming out so far, and you keep stepping away from him. You're giving him carte blanche to do so. At some point, hold a hard line and make him make contact, and now you have an opportunity to, you know, have a change in the order of finish. But when you're drifting away from him at the same time a horse is coming to you, you're going sideways and you're making life easy for the eventual winner.
Some interesting points from the MIG. Dylan Davis able to get the best here with Coffray digging in to hold that line and get the win 7-3, 5-2. Coffray makes it 2 in a row at 6-5, getting the job done. Bring your prices in a moment. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll recap what took place earlier this week. The New York Breds honored in the annual New York Breeders' Awards. I Mean Squeeze was the star of the night, taking home some of the hardware. We'll recap that event after this on America's State Races.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack, a debut winner at Saratoga, before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes.
If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
We're back as Coffray heads into the winner's circle, a now familiar spot, makes it 2 wins in a row. Using that speed to his advantage, he's been able to get pretty comfortable on the front end in his last couple of starts.
Yep, and doing the drifting. And I thought Richie made some very interesting points about the rider. If you're going to try to hold that ground, maybe it would have helped in that situation. But Coffrey gets it done. You wanted to beat him. I wanted to beat him. Richie wanted to beat him. He beat us. It's the way the game goes, you know? Got to have opinions, but you have to be prepared for many of your opinions to be wrong. That's why I don't understand all these nonsense from owners that get mad. You didn't pick my horse. You don't pick my horse. It's like, why would you want us to pick your horses? We're lucky if we're right like 25% of the time, which means we're wrong 75 or more percentage of the time. I want to be in the 75 or more percent group, not the 25% group.
Yeah, absolutely. The best is if you win. Doesn't matter what we think. 6-5 on Coffrey, $4.60 winner in the 4th Belmont at the Big A. We'll take a look at the cross-country pick 5 sequence. What's going on thus far? Bit of a price in the 5th is an upset with Tough Luck getting the win, 10-20, and then a favorite in Coffrey.
Well, I know I wouldn't be alive, Acacia, so
no, I
good
wouldn't
thing
either.
I didn't play.
I wouldn't either. Well, that's what's going on so far. Good luck if you are still alive as we get ready for race 5, Belmont at the Big A. We'll take a look at the field here. $30,000 claiming race, non-winners of 3 in life, 6.5 furlongs, the 3 Valentine gift. I know you have interest in this horse, Andy, and she certainly could move forward. Now first off the claim for Tom Morley.
I like Tom's numbers off the claim. Good barn claiming off that barn has had some good numbers. She doesn't have much speed, which may work against her. I thought she was interesting, though 7-2, a little on the light side.
The number 7, Despo's Dream, though, will be ridden by reigning Eclipse Award champion jockey Flavien Prat, who has really made quite a name for himself, particularly since moving his tack here to New York and being successful not only in this tough jockey colony but around the country. But if you look back at Flavien's history and his family's, you would say being around horses is in his blood.
French jockey Flavien Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to New York in the spring of 2022.
Flight line is in full flight. Wet pink surging under Flavien Prat. National treasure and Flavien Prat.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, you know, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding was obviously a great colony of rider and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13 and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Prat's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, you know, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Vasilika strolls home in the Royal Heroine.
By 2019, Prat had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. You know, we took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait we had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner. So hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
I think one thing for sure is we saw with that Eclipse Award that he did get at the latest awards for 2024, Flavien Prat has shown that he is perhaps one of the most well-rounded riders that we watch in horse racing today.
I agree. He's a very thoughtful rider who manages to win with horses that in different styles. In other words, they're not really speed horses. He gets them in the game. He doesn't look at the PPs in the sense of saying, well, this horse has no speed, I'm going to be 10 lengths behind. I think he looks at the race and thinks there's not a lot of pace in here. I need to be a bit more forward. And he's done a very, very good job adapting in those situations. And he's obviously an incredibly talented rider.
We turn the page and head back over to Laurel Park. We're sprinting on the turf for this maiden claiming race coming up as we take a look at the field. It is the number 9, Enzo, who has the big pedigree.
Well, he's had a lot of chances, and he's run figures that make him the one to beat. Finished second last time out. Finished ahead of the number 13 in that race, who has a lot of speed. So obviously he can win. I think the 3, That's Tap, who ran fast last time out, turning back for the first time in a turf sprint, ran much better and ran a good race. I think the 1 and 4 are both a little bit interesting as bombs. They both have pedigrees. The Dam's after a couple of turf winners. I think the Dam herself was 9 for 30 on the turf, pretty good. A couple of turf winners from her. But also I thought one Chimney Sweep, My Kind, didn't run at all in the dirt. Outflanker's been effective. A Danzig is a turf stallion. And this one's a half to 5 turf winners. Thought might be a little interesting. Yeah. So I'm kind of looking at a couple of bombs here in the 1 and 4.
I agree. Intriguing with those pedigrees, and the 9 is half 2.
I didn't look up because it's already run on the turf. Who's it a half to?
Caravel.
Oh, really?
Breeders' Cup winner. And Whitty
same
as well.
trainer, Elizabeth Merriman, who also owned the horse originally as well.
Clearly.
No Caravel.
No Caravel. Not the star of the family like she was. Even Whitty, who was very impressive winning on the turf at Pimlico last week as well, also in that family. 3-2 on Enzo, though, the favorite as they move towards the gate. Andy brought up a couple of intriguing runners with these pedigrees. 4 first-time starter, plenty of turf pedigree by Caraconti, top and bottom of Big Price, and Chimney Sweep with all of those siblings who've been able to handle the grass. Getting ready to load in for race 6, good turf course. Sprinting here in this maiden claiming an intriguing race, perhaps a bit more depth to it than just the 6-5 on that favorite.
Yeah, no, I think a lot going on. And the thing about the favorite is had a lot of chances, 6 times in the turf. The 1 turf sprint was good last time out, but still didn't get the job done at 7-5. I think this horse is not the world's greatest favorite.
See how it plays out in the 6th coming up. Here's Dave Rodman.
And Barb. Bald Cypress. Second finish, they're off. Oh, almost going down there at the start was Enbar, was bumped and stumbled. Karma's in the house with that natural early zip to the front. Mantua Man is second, and Enzo racing third in between horses. Outside is Bald Cypress stoking up some early speed. Whenever you remember, is trying to settle down in between horses. A bit ranked there. Tossing the head about just a tad into the far turn run. Chimney Sweep. That's Tap has 7 or 8 to make up at this point, and Bar is trailing the field. Karma's in the house with a free roll up front. Leads it from Enzo by 3 round the turn. Mantua Man is in third. Bald Cypress is in 4th. Here's That's Tap racing far outside in 5th and driven, and Chimney Sweep is on the inside, also willing. They're in upper stretch now. Second wire finisher is Karma's in the house by 2. From Enzo driven to get by 2nd. Mantua Man is in 3rd. The others just for a share. That's Tap the far outside. Chimney Sweep now takes that 4th spot. Enzo grabs the lead from Karma's in the house with the 16th to run. Mantua Man is 3rd, and Chimney Sweep. Here's Enzo reporting home a winner. Karma's in the house and Mantua Man and Chimney Sweep 4th.
Enzo finally gets the win here for Lizzie Merriman. He can hold his head high now amongst his siblings.
No, I don't think Caravel was that impressed by his performance, but he does get it done, running down the speed of the 13 logical horses, running 1-2 in this race. My one finished 4th at 30-1, but a non-threatening 4th.
Enzo with the victory, finding the right field to get the win here today. Owned and trained and bred as well by Lacey Merriman. Well, as we mentioned before, we did see on Monday night the New York Breeders' Awards, where we celebrated the accomplishments of the New York Breds. I know all of us on this show feel such an affinity for the New York Breds, and several of them, including the New York Bred Horse of the Year, My Main Squeeze, effective in open company as well, as she's been very, very good for Buck Butler.
She won the 8 Bells last year at Churchill Downs. Those wondering and saying, what about Spirit of St. Louis, not Horse of the Year? His bigger accomplishments came this year. So I think people might be confused by that. But she was absolutely terrific, and we saw her come to hand in the winter at Aqueduct. And always proud of our winter runners, you know, always especially the affinity for horses that do well here in the winter, that go on and do bigger and better things. And we've seen some good ones like It's Tricky, Cloud Computing, but My Main Squeeze started here, but she ran against open company much more than the New York Breds, thankfully for them.
And her half-brother, Rodney, male sprinter as well. And so Broodmare of the Year, no surprise, in spite of Mama. She's been absolutely terrific in what she's produced on the track as well for those New York Breds. But New York bred turf male went to Spirit of St. Louis, who, as you mentioned, we've seen come back this year in 2025, winning grade 1s in open company. And yet he really came to hand against New York bred company last year, and will be a force in graded stakes company throughout the rest of this year as well.
Yeah, I mean, right now, he and Farbridge, the leading older turf horses, looking for them squaring off in the Manhattan. You and I have a little bit of an affinity for another horse in that race, but they are the big dogs at this point. We'll see what Deterministic can do, who looks so impressive in the Fort Marcy. But Spirit of St. Louis, 2 grade 1 wins already this year. You got to say he's on top right now, but there's a lot more racing to go.
As far as New York bred 3-year-old male, that did go to Pandagate, the horse that really took us around the world. I would consider going to Finger Lakes a global trip as well. Who took that party bus up, but of course ran 3rd in the UAE Derby behind Forever Young, multiple New York bred stakes winner.
Yeah, and that was the Albany. I think he was winning in that spot.
Yep.
We saw. Did we see him much after the Albany last year?
No, he ran once against older horses, and unfortunately it was sidelined, but back in training and hoping to see him come back as a 4-year-old.
He's a very neat horse, and he had a terrific year last year.
Congratulations to all of the New York bred winners, and here are the people that were honored as far as the New York Breeders' Awards dinner did go. New York breeder Buck Butler, of course, breeder of My Main Squeeze as well, and I think you have to give special shout out to one certain New York bred, our own Richard Migliori, who was the MC of the event. Richie, tremendous job as always, and it's such a fun night to get a chance to celebrate the accomplishments of those New York breds.
Oh, Keisha, it's so much fun, and I just really enjoy, you know, hooking up with old friends and sharing stories, and obviously making new friends, and it's a lot of fun. A couple of the highlights of the evening for me, obviously Pandagate. But, you know, I was thinking about Spirit of St. Louis. This was a nice dress rehearsal for potentially Eclipse Awards this year. He's already a 2-time grade 1 winner this year, bred by Chester Bowman. Michael Dubb was there. Chad Brown was there as well. But the Butlers, the night they had Buck Butler, Breeder of the Year, he and his wife Loretta. Basically, we should have put just a chair right next to the platform. They kept having to go back and forth from their seats. I thought that was tremendous. And the Lifetime Achievement to Barry Schwartz as well. He sent a beautiful video. He was unable to attend the event. And it got me thinking about my history with Barry Schwartz over the years. Rode my first winner for him as a 7-pound apprentice in 1980 on a little gray filly called Horrified. I have the picture. We both, and Cheryl's in the picture as well, looked considerably younger at that period of time. And then the first time I ever won 3 races in a day, the 3rd winner of the day was for Barry on New Year's Day, 1981, Champagne Chappie. And I remember walking out from my room at Belmont, I still lived on the backstretch, getting the racing form and seeing that I was leading rider in the country for that moment, a brief moment, you know, on the strength of 3 wins on opening day. So it was a lot of fun. And Keisha, I said it at the dinner, I was New York Breeders' Jockey of the Year twice, which sounds impressive, but considering that I was the only New York bred to ever win it, less impressive, because I was probably the only one actually eligible. I don't see any other rider bred in the state of New York to be New York breeding leading Jockey of the Year. So that's my pat joke that I use every year.
See if you can hold on to that, Richie. We were joking with Dylan Davis, who was there, who, of course, was the regular rider of Pandagate. Dylan is a New York bred, and he finished second to Manny Franco, who won New York bred Jockey of the Year. So, Dylan, you got to get it last year, so Richie can't use this joke anymore.
I'm going to stay out of this conversation.
So, of course, Richie did a tremendous job hosting what is always a very fun event. Race 5 coming up next, Belmont at the Big A. Non-winners of 3 in life. Favoritism now shifted over to Flavien Prat's mount in Despo's Dream. I think she's a bit of a wild card in this race, isn't she, Andy? That she was a favorite last time. She was disappointing. She disappointed against Tougher. 2 starts back. Claim from Linda Rice. Can she bounce back?
I guess she could win here. I feel like a lot of the money's because Flavien's riding her.
Scarborough Fair makes sense back to this level.
Both you and I thought she was very dangerous dropping down here. Linda has great numbers, turf to dirt, especially in sprints.
Classy last back to the dirt.
Yeah, I mean, I guess she's not impossible, but she's going to have to run a lot better than she has in her prior start in the dirt.
Valentine Gift, first off the claim.
I like her chances off the claim here. Tom Morley, who claimed her, has good numbers off the claim, claimed away from a barn. People have done okay claiming there a few times.
Another new claim. She's wicked smart.
Yeah, and I always respect the Bill Morey claims as well. More so on the turf. She figures to be forward here for Dylan.
Here's Last Glory, who will cut back in distance.
Yeah, hopefully the cutback helps her. She's got to get to her best race to win here. Big price.
Lady Sriracha finished behind Destiny Della last time.
I think her last race was that bad. She's a big price here if you like her. I preferred others, but not impossible.
Do you like Sriracha?
Remind me what it is.
Hot sauce.
Oh, no, I don't like hot sauce. No.
I love it. Despo's Dream.
I'm a baby. I think this horse is overbet because the Frevens are Flavien, but having Flavien is not a bad thing.
Yeah. And Dashing Della with speed to the outside.
I got to think Ricardo Santana is going to look to be aggressive with her.
See if she sends from the outside. That's the field for race 5, Belmont at the Big A. We'll take a look at the 4. She's wicked smart. She did get the win last time out. She was able to hold off Dream on Kara. As we've discussed, Andy, Dream on Kara, not a winning type, but she's had back-to-back wins and now does go out for Bill Morey.
Yeah, I think the best thing she has going is Bill Morey, but he claimed for Robbie Falcone, who does a really good job. I know he's had kind of a slow year, but I have great respect for the job that Rob does, and we'll see if he can move one forward. He has good numbers. Off the claim on dirt sprints, he's 6 for 19 with a 218 ROI, and at Naira he's 3 for 8. So he's done well in these situations, and we saw the 3rd place finish this race come back with a big win, albeit riding a good rail.
Favoritism bouncing back and forth between the 7 and the 3. As far as the 3, Valentine Gift is concerned, dropped back after the break last time out, but she was off a bit of a layoff as well.
Yeah, I'm not betting her at 3-1. This is silly. She's a much bigger price than the doubles if you look at it, and 3-1 is silly. She's a little slow. I mean, you're betting a horse that's got to come from last at a short price. It seems too short for me. I just thought she was interested coming on a claim, a smart claim, a horse who could potentially have some upside. She could run on turf. She could run on dirt. I'm trying to be a wise guy. 3-1 is not the right price on wise guy type horses.
Plenty
this
of
is
other
way too short a
people
price.
had the same thought process as you. It looks like Kinta Carmouche warming her up. For more, let's go down to Richie.
Yeah, let's stay right there, guys, with the 3 Valentine Gift. I can see why people would be attracted to this horse. Comes off the claim, gets back into the same level. Get a very positive rider switch to Kendrick Carmouche here. So, there are things to like for sure. And the horse is extremely well turned out. For Tom Morley, leaves a very capable horseman's barn of Bobby Robato, who, by the way, I saw in a photo of Ruffian's first win, the win photo, standing up on the rail in the crowd is Bobby Robato, and I thought that was really kind of interesting. The 1 Scarborough Fair makes a lot of sense to me. I think the race on the turf last time kind of dirties up her form a bit, but her dirt races are all certainly good enough from the inside. Very strong combination of Linda Rice and Jose Lascano. And then the 7 Despo's Dream. I like this horse, making the first start, Fernando Abreu. Like I said, I'm a big fan of his. He does really good work. She's extremely well turned out. And Laura's Flavien Prat, and I like the way this horse galloped off over the racetrack. I'm not telling you any great information because this is your favorite, but I liked her on paper, and I liked her even more in the flesh, guys.
2-1 favorite right now. Richie, thank you. Despo's Dream. Let's go back to the one ending Scarborough Fair. This is a horse who, you look, last time on the turf, 2 back on the main track, just facing way better horses.
I completely agree. We saw Artemis Sound finish a good second here the other day for Todd Pletcher, and this is a drop. And I looked up some numbers for Linda Rice. Turf to dirt in sprints. She's 28 for 92 over the last 5 years, 30% with a 280 ROI.
Looks like we're going to have looks like it is taking the tack off. Yep. Looks like it's going to be a late scratch of the 4. She's Wicked Smart, who, yeah, she was not warming up the smoothest out there on the track. So Dylan Davis jumping off. She's Wicked Smart. A late scratch here. So does take some of the speed out. How does it change the dynamics of the race?
Well, I think the 8 was probably going to be loose anyway in this situation. Horses like Lady Sriracha as well as Classy Lass can be forward. I think you'll see Christopher Elliott be aggressive with the number 2. He's a rider that looks to be aggressive when he can be, and it's worked out well for him. I think, Christopher Elliott, talking about him, he's a rider that's really improved since he got here. I thought when he got here, to be honest, he was a little lost out there. It's tough to come to a place like this, and I think we've watched him really improve with his riding here, and that's what the only thing you can ask from a rider. It doesn't really matter what they've done before. And I've seen some good riders come here. I remember when Luis Saez first came to Belmont. He looked a little lost out there, and Luis is a great rider. Yeah. And within a couple of weeks, it seemed like he had sort of figured things out. And I think with Christopher Elliott, we have seen him improve with time.
Certainly agree. When he is aggressive, it's really paid off as well. He's picked up quite a few wins. As favoritism now heavily coming into the 7, Despo's Dream. Would imagine, as we touched on the post parade with the 8, Dashing Della, Ricardo Santana, especially with the 4 out, going to be aggressive, using this one's natural early speed.
Yeah, I imagine the Dashing Della has to go, and Ricardo's been doing well since coming here and doing well being aggressive. So maybe that'll help him on this long shot. I can see the 7 winning here, but honestly, I think this is too short a price in this horse, and a lot of it has to do with the fact it's being ridden by Flavien Prat. I'm not saying that that's not important, but it's horse racing, and even the jockeys will tell you that. And while I obviously respect Fernando Brea, I think he does very well. Linda Rice had this horse. Robert Johnston had the horse. These are trainers that have been winning. And so I don't know that this is necessarily a rider change that really has that much of an effect.
We'll see if she could get the job done as the favorite. Late scratch of the 4. She's Wicked Smart. Pick 5 kicking off here. 3-2 on Flavien's mount, Despo's Dream. Loading in for the 5th race here. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the rest of the load and call.
Last Glory, Lady Sriracha. Despo's Dream. Dashing Della to the outside. Dashing Della. Dashing Della. Moving forward. Goes in. All set. Just when they were set, the 2 broke through the front of the gate. 1 acted up 2, but Classy Lass was the one that went through the front of the gate. Outriders got into the 2. Stand by.
So we'll have a delay here. The 2, Classy Lass, broke through the starting gate. Let's go to Richie for an update.
Yeah, guys, she busted through the front doors. And, for people that don't know, the doors are held by a magnet that when the starter hits the button, it cuts the electrical current that holds that magnet, keeps the front doors. And it's designed that way so a horse won't hit solid doors, that the doors will give way because a horse would be more prone to be injured. I tell you what, Chris Sprelli did a really good job because he was caught without stirrups, and you saw that really long hold he was caught with, and he didn't panic, and he just kind of guided it towards the outrider. So good job by the outrider, but really good job by Christopher Elliott.
So they'll bring Classy Last back around. The attending veterinarian will check her out, make sure everything looks okay. And if so, they will load her and the rest of the field back into the gate. Always a tough situation when that takes place, as it does take some effort to pop open that magnetic current on those gates and take a little bit of the wind out of the sails as well. So checking her out and looking like we're good to go. Loading back in. Let's go back up to Chris Griffin.
We're set. And they're off. Dashing Della from the outside has early speed, and there's Classy Lass. Classy Lass with Dashing Della. They're going to be head and head as they work up the backstretch. Just in behind them comes Despo's Dream, who's a shared third with in between horses Last Glory. Very tightly bunched. Scarborough Fair, nowhere to go, is at the rail, is in behind rivals. The two at the back, that's Valentine Gift with Lady Sriracha. They work up the backstretch in a very tightly bunched field, and Dashing Della to number is in front, is up by a half length. Trying to keep up his Classy Lass towards the inside. Scarborough Fair is working around that rival. Here comes the run from Despo's Dream. Lady Sriracha's on the move, has taken fifth. Losing ground, there was Last Glory, the trailer. Valentine Gift. Dashing Della is doing it very easily for Ricardo Santana Jr. Is still in hand, approaching a quarter mile left to go. All in as the favorite towards the outside in Despo's Dream. Dashing Della with a confident hand rise so far now gets the cue as they reach the top of the stretch. 45.70 for a half mile time. Dashing Della trying to sprint for home now. Despo's Dream in full pursuit. Flavien Prat is starting to make up some ground, but Dashing Della still got more inside the final furlong. Now Despo's Dream is trying to challenge one more time. Despo's Dream to the outside. Dashing Della now relents, and Despo's Dream is going to push on by. Despo's Dream gets the victory. Dashing Della's second Valentine Gift. Scarborough Fair finishing fourth. The woman at 16.59 seconds.
Despo's Dream with the wins at just off the hip of pace setter Dashing Della and was able to outgame her late.
A better job by Flavien getting a horse close that doesn't have much speed than perhaps some of the other riders in this race. And by being close to this horse was able to get it done, because clearly inside speed is a bit of an advantage, and Dashing Della almost pulling up the upset. But as we've seen with Flavien very often, he's the rider that gets horses without speed to be more forward, something he did and others did not do here.
Despo's Dream, first off the claim for Fernando Abreu, getting the victory 7-8, and then a long way back to the 3, Valentine Gift, who came from pretty far off of it to close for third. Photo for fourth, I believe it went to the 1, Scarborough Fair. In fact, it has been posted. So 7-8, 3-1, but it was Despo's Dream. We did that feature on Flavien Prat, so it only made sense that he would get the win here.
We did, 9-5. Ended up the co-favorite with Scarborough Fair.
Gets the victory here. Flavien Prat with a heads-up ride, as is often the case, getting the victory. Again, first off the claim for Fernando Abreu. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back. We'll take a quick time out on America's Day at the Races.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bet. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we speed through Times Square, I think that's the fastest you'll ever go through Times Square at rush hour.
Yeah, well, my goal in life is to spend as little time in Times Square as I have to, and I'm pretty successful at that.
I understand that. Me too. As we take a look at what just took place in race 6, Flavien Prat and Dessler's Dream head into the winner's circle. He put this filly in a more forward position than she typically is and sat just off the hip of the pace setter, which turned out to be the right move.
I wonder why other riders don't notice that he does this. But apparently they don't.
It works.
It works, and it works for him, and he's on his way to. There's a lot of racing left to go, and Irad's not a rider that's going to go down easy, but he's on his way to perhaps another Eclipse Award this year. He's been having a sensational year.
Yeah.
He's winning at high 20%.
Already really strong 20-25. Of course, last year we saw him with that stakes record in Saratoga, the stakes record win for the year. Just remarkable what he accomplished.
He is, you know, and we're blessed to have so many talented riders in this colony. I think Richie was saying it. Irad's won 300 races a year every year for the last 10 plus years.
It's amazing.
It's incredible.
$5.60 winner. Another shorter price in that cross-country pick 5 sequence. One more leg to go, and that is the 7th at Laurel Park. But first, we'll take a look at what's coming up this weekend at Monmouth. For Memorial Day weekend, we will have a match out of their last effort at Laurel.
Yeah, Signature seems to have found a real home on the turf, winning the Henry Clark last time, a race that Next had quite an eventful trip in there, but Signature.
Big layoff. Ran in April at Tampa last time out, a track that Chad Brown has certainly used to prep a lot of top horses, particularly turf horses, for the rest of their seasons, and now will step back into stakes company.
He's probably gotten a little bit more speed, so he's not always really against it in getting it done, and he has improved. I've never been his biggest fan, but he is a horse that's consistently run fairly well. Likely contender in there, as usually these Chad Brown horses are.
See how the cliffhanger does play out. Of course, as mentioned, we'll have our team down there to cover it for Monmouth weekend as we head back over to Laurel Park. 7th race coming up, 6 furlongs on the main track. Allowance optional claiming for fillies and mares. There is a look at the 1 Matitude.
Oh, sorry. Let me get the Laurel out. And there's Matitude. Those, I guess, is a reasonably likely contender in here. Going to be somewhat forwardly placed, sort of mid-pack.
The 2 is out. There's the 3, Cavalier Cupid.
Yeah, Cavalier Cupid, a little bit less speed in here and is more of a turf horse. Never been in the dirt, and it is not a dirt pedigree.
Too many kisses cutting back in distance.
Yeah, I love a turn back, but this horse does lack speed.
We'll see how that does play out. There is First Lady Rosalind.
She should be forward, of course, First Lady Rosalind Carter, the late Rosalind Carter.
Coming out of a stakes try last time out. There's Isabella's Glory cutting back.
I like a turn back, but she doesn't seem good enough.
She's a big price on the board right now at 22-1. There's the 7, My Flicker.
She had very good form until her last race, but she is a horse claimed away from Brittany Russell for a trainer who has not had a ton of success off the claim.
Here's another new claim at the 8, Talk to the Judge.
And a horse who should be forward off the claim for our friend Gabby Gaudette's sister, Lacey Gaudette, who, and Lacey's numbers off the claim, they're okay.
Devil Pays in Gold has some recency, been knocking on the door in the last couple.
Does he pay gold? I really wouldn't know.
I don't know.
Mitch knows, because Mitch and the Devil are actually friendly.
5-2 right now on the number 9. Favorite is the 4 on that turn back in distance. More on the 7th at Laurel Park as that race will wrap up the cross-country pick 5 sequence as well. Stay with us. We'll be back after this.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 10th with a 12:50 first post. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5. Joining the win early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Watch and wager this summer at Laurel Park. Enjoy the best thoroughbred racing in the state of Maryland through June 29. And don't forget, turf racing is back with full fields and outstanding wagering opportunities. Play the early and late value Pick 5 and enjoy one of the lowest takeouts in the country. Laurel Park is the place to play and win. Racing Friday through Sunday, first race 12:10 p.m. and free admission every day. For more information, visit laurelpark.com. Laurel Park, the players' track.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Acacia Kumon, Andy Serling, and Richard Migliori. Glad to have you with us on this Friday. As of course, we are looking ahead not only to the Belmont Stakes, but to the Acorn, which will take place the Friday before the Belmont Stakes for the 3-year-old fillies, where will likely be the next spot that we will see the undefeated Kentucky Oaks winner, Good Cheer, who I think you and I were amongst the group of thinking, is she really that good going into the Oaks, Andy? Turns out she is that good.
She was so much better than this field, making that big wide early move. The race collapsed. They were sort of coming apart at the seams, and she ran extremely well. We're hopeful that she'll get a fast track in the Acorn. That'll be on Friday, the day before the Belmont Stakes, and she's obviously the goods, but I think people will be ready to take her on again and see what happens. We'll see how good she is going forward, but obviously she delivered in a big way in the Oaks and silenced critics, as you and I were two of them. I'm not saying, I don't think either one of us were critical of her. I think the general feeling we had was that she hadn't distinguished herself from a speed figure standpoint to say that she was that much better in the field that you would want to take a short price. Well, she answered the question there, and we'll see if she answers again in the Acorn. I do not want to hear any of this nonsense. I mean, I don't care about it, but running her against the boys. She's not fast enough to compete against the boys, and she's not Torpedo Anna, who was really, really good last year. Not knocking her, she's a good one, but I don't think you're going to see her deviate from the race against the fillies, Acorn, CCA Oaks, Alabama. These are the races she's going to be pointing towards.
I was just going to say, too, for a 3-year-old filly, I mean, she has a schedule of races that, as far as thinking about her value for Godolphin and for her potential broodmare value, about what she can earn on the racetrack, she has a series of races to point to in Saratoga that is absolutely nothing to slouch at.
I imagine that the thought of running against the boys, frankly, hasn't even crossed Brad Cox's mind. He's going to run her in these big, important races against the girls, and these are the races should be in. It's not a fait accompli that she's going to win all of them either. So I look forward to seeing her. But people talking about running against the boys are absolutely out of their minds, in my opinion. It's completely ludicrous.
Well, we look forward to seeing Good Cheer next in the Acorn, that undefeated Kentucky Oaks winner. Race 7 from Laurel Park coming up next. As we see right now, it's the number 5, First Lady Roslyn, who's currently your 2-to-1 favorite. Did you have any thoughts on this race, Andy?
Nothing of any brilliance that I want to talk about in here. My Laurel opinion so far has been anything but brilliant in this race. We'll see what happens. We'll see if getting back on a drier, on a harrow track helps First Lady Roslyn get back to that form she had before. The public seems to expect it.
She tried Stakes Company in the Primanetta last time out. We'll see if she's able to get back on track today. Here's Dave Rodman.
My Flicker gets the first call from First Lady Roslyn on the inside. Talk to the judge, early speed outside the pair. Matitude fourth at the rail, and Devil Pays in Gold is fifth. 5 lengths off of Speed. Cavalier Cupid is followed by Too Many Kisses, and Isabella's Glory has to run on from the back and about 15 off the pace. Solid pace with First Lady Roslyn leading the way, pressed by My Flicker in between horses, and Talk to the Judge right there on the outside. First 3 only a couple of lengths apart. Matitude racing fourth while well saving ground. Devil Pays in Gold, poised for a run of good enough with 3 furlongs left to go. Too Many Kisses trying to pick it up, but still some 16 off the pacemakers. 3 across the track as they race toward the quarter pole, the top of the stretch. And it's My Flicker working to a narrow lead and talk to the judge. First Lady Rosalind is under pressure on the inside. Manitou just after that pair. Devil Pays in Gold toward the center of the track. Still has to quicken a furlong left to go. Devil Pays in Gold now getting into gear on the far outside. Here comes Devil Pays in Gold. It's My Flicker, narrow lead and desperate to hold it. Devil Pays in Gold on the outside. Devil Pays in Gold from My Flicker close to the line. Devil Pays in Gold to win it by a length and change from My Flicker second. Then it was Talk to the Judge and First Lady Rosalind.
Devil Pays in Gold. Turns out maybe the devil does pay in gold or pay in wins as this 5-year-old mare gets back to the winner's circle, building off those back-to-back second-place finishes.
Yeah, was able to grind out the victory. A tough beat if he took the 7, who was a pretty big price in this race, but Devil Pays in Gold got it done.
Got it done. 9-7 under the line in the 7th at Laurel Park. As we mentioned earlier, coming up tomorrow, the stake of the card is the Paradise Creek. We'll go as race number 10. Unfortunately, we will sign off on America's Day at the races prior to this race, so we will not be on our show, but you can catch everything on Naira Bets as well, and we'll get a chance to see which of these turf sprinters takes a step forward, because it really is a very intriguing field, as we'll take a look at a couple of other contenders here. Andy's taking a peek at the Atlantic Beach from back in November, where Warheart and Super Swift ran 1-2.
Yeah, I will see if he can get back. It's obviously a very big figure that Warhart was able to run in here. Is he going to be able to get back to it, because his recent form not quite as good, right?
Yeah, spin-off form on synthetic, and then trying the William Walker at Churchill Downs last time out to no avail, while Super Swift has been running on the dirt and won on the dirt last time out, so going back to the turf.
The argument for him is he's improved as a racehorse, so maybe getting back to the turf, which might be his better surface, maybe get it done.
Supersonic Blue, a new face coming in from California for Neil Drysdale, won back-to-back sprint races at Santa Anita, including Stakes Company last time out.
Very different going down the hill than going the 6 furlongs here, but this horse does seem to have a lot of speed, and I want to say Flavien's riding this horse, so
yes,
never really hurts. It is a wide-open competitive race.
We're looking forward to it. Should be a lot of fun. Again, you can catch that on Naira Bets after America's Day at the races concludes tomorrow. We're looking forward to that Paradise Creek. We'll go with race 10, sprinting on the grass, as we had a fun day today, you and I, and Richie. Richie's leaving us. He's going to the Jersey Shore this weekend.
Okay. Well, we'll be here holding down the fort. He'll be down there with his buddy Lafitte. So.
They'll be reunited, as of course we'll talk a lot about some of the upcoming action over at Monmouth Park this weekend. We'll have Lafitte Pinkai, Paula Duca, and Richard Migliori. They will be here holding down the fort for coverage in New York. Thanks as always for joining us. We'll be back with our next show tomorrow from 12:30 to 5 on America's Day at the races. We saw some good performances today, though. Vernon Valley, 2-year-old first-time starter, big green, but clearly plenty of talent. Another one by Vacoma gets the win. Luck for You takes them wire to wire, going a long distance. Got very comfortable on the front end, and Bourbon Day won like a short price favorite should, getting the victory there in race 3. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow on America's Day at the Races.
Horses step on the track here for today's sixth race. Race 6, 6 minutes away. Field of 8, race 6, 6 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 6. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for today's 6th. Lou steps in. Tepperit's Temper. Consider it done. Cool Hand Rich. Shoot the Nickel to the outside. Shoot the Nickel. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from in between horses, Frantic, and there's Cool Hand Rich and Jose Gomez. They wanted to get to the front, and they're sprinting clear. Consider It Done is now a stalking second as Frantic broke with the leaders, is back to 4th. Just got passed to the inside here by Social Hour, who's now secured 3rd, and Tappert's Temper's at the rail in 4th. All the way back to 5th will be Frantic. Towards the far outside, Shoot the Nickel. Center of the racetrack, the 2 trailers. Just Clarity with Lou. 22.30 for the opening quarter mile, and they're chasing Cool Hand Rich. Cool Hand Rich is up by 3/4 of a length and doing it nicely. Here's Consider It Done, who's ready to challenge towards the outside. Then moving forward is Social Hour. Irad Ortiz Jr. there on the move. Frantic as the gray towards the outside as Tappert's Temper lost some ground in the turn as they're approaching the top of the stretch. Cool Hand Rich has been passed by Consider It Done, and Consider It Done is looking at the grandstand but is sprinting clear. It is Consider It Done, now straightening up and sprinting away. Social Hour continues to give chase. Shoot the Nickel from far back, starts to rally on, is running out of time. Consider It Done drops down towards the rail, is still up by 2.5, almost 3. Consider It Done gets the victory. Shoot the Nickel up for 2nd, Social Hour, and Lou finished 4th in 1 minute 9 and 4. Order finish. First is 7, consider it done. Second the 8, shoot the nickel. Third the 5, social hour. And fourth the 2, Lou. 7-8-5-2 in race 6. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 6th race, number 7, consider it done. He's a 3-year-old, bred in New York by Spun to Run, out of Caught by You. Winning owner, Arnold Stewart. Winning trainers, Linda Rice. The winning jockey, Jose Lascano. Consider it done. Bred in New York by Mary Legs Farm, North LLC. Exacta 7-8, $21.10. The double, $20.70. Trifecta, $52.75. And superfecta, $226. Pick 3, 777. $37. Pick 3, 747. $17.50. Pick 4, $55.50. And running time 1 minute 9.94 seconds. Up next, it's race 7. Today's 7th, taken off the turf, moved to the main track, 25 minutes away. Race 7. Late pick 3 in 25 minutes. They're off. Speed from in between horses, Frantic, and there's Cool Hand Rich and Jose Gomez. They wanted to get to the front, and they're sprinting clear. Consider It Done is now a stalking second as Frantic broke with the leaders, is back to 4th. Just got passed to the inside here by Social Hour, who's now secured 3rd, and Tappert's Tempers at the rail in 4th. All the way back to 5th will be Frantic. Towards the far outside, Shoot the Nickel. Center of the racetrack, the 2 trailers. Just Clarity with Lou, 22.30 for the opening quarter mile, and they're chasing Cool Hand Rich. Cool Hand Rich is up by 3/4 of a length and doing it nicely. Here's Consider It Done, who's ready to challenge towards the outside. Then moving forward is Social Hour. Irad Ortiz Jr. there on the move. Frantic as the gray towards the outside as Tappert's Temper lost some ground in the turn as they're approaching the top of the stretch. Cool Hand Rich has been passed by Consider It Done, and Consider It Done is looking at the grandstand but is sprinting clear. It is Consider It Done, now straightening up and sprinting away. Social Hour continues to give chase. Shoot the Nickel from far back, starts to rally on, is running out of time. Consider It Done drops down towards the rail, is still up by 2.5, almost 3. Consider It Done gets the victory. Shoot the Nickel up for 2nd, Social Hour, and Lou finished 4th in 1 minute 9.4.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Bet the Belmont Stakes with a $25 free play from Naira Bets. Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes and is available in most states. Naira Bets makes it easy to get in on the action with streaming HD video, weekly promotions, and a state-of-the-art betting interface. If you're betting the Belmont, your best bet is Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 bonus for new members with promo code Belmont25.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing four-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and seven-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates to Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
In today's ninth race, the 3 is +3. Horses step on the track here for today's 7th race. Race 7, 6 minutes away. Race 7 moved to the main track in race 7 at 6 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 7. Runners loading. It's post time. For race 7, Bam's Bliss Kiss. Luis Rivera Jr.'s gone in. Here's Jackson's Dixie. Lane Luzzy. Sohana. La Banqueta. Last to load to the outside. Jose Lescano. La Banqueta. Goes in. All set. And they're off. La Banqueta breaks beautifully from the outside and gets right to the front. Bam's Bliss Kiss once out of there, once off the rail, and now we'll get the 2-path as taken back. That's Jackson's Dixie to be the trailer with Sohana. They're chasing La Banqueta. Up the backstretch, Bam's Bliss Kiss has got that clear running room, is a little keen there in second, and the front 2 now skip clear. They're about 3 in front of Sohana. Try to keep up towards the outside with Jackson's Dixie, saving the ground there in the red cap, and they went 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. La Banqueta, Jose Lescano, they're just inching clear now. They're still up by 2.5. All in as Bam's Bliss Kiss is making hard work trying to keep up, and Sohana towards the outside with at the rail Jackson's Dixie. That trio is still chasing the favorite, and La Banqueta at the top of the stretch. La Banqueta trying to put this one away. Jackson's Dixie does start to rally on, and Jackson's Dixie is trying to cut into the margin of La Banqueta. A furlong left to go. La Banqueta still clear. Jackson's Dixie is slowly making up some ground. A final 16th, La Banqueta, Jackson's Dixie trying one final time. La Banqueta, Jackson's Dixie, La Banqueta wins it. La Banqueta over Jackson's Dixie, Sohana, and Bam's Bliss Kiss in 1 minute 10 seconds flat. Twelve, 4, 5, 2. Order finish in race 7. Winner of today's 7th race is the 12 La Banqueta. She's a 4-year-old, bred in New York by Central Banker out of Timeless Beauty. Winning owners, Rice and Merrick West. Winning trainer, Linda Rice. The winning jockey, Jose Lescano. La Banqueta, bred in New York by Nice Guy Stables and Stephen Hornstock. Back-to-back for the connections, trainer Linda Rice with another victory, and Jose Lescano with another victory on the afternoon. Two wins on the day, jockey Jose Lescano. Race 7 is official. Exact 12-4, the 380, the double, $11.10. Pick 3, $30.75 running time. 1 minute 10.19 seconds. Up next, it's race 8. Today's 8th, started late double. A race 8 in 26 minutes. And they're off. La Banqueta breaks beautifully from the outside and gets right to the front. Bams, Bliss Kiss, once out of there, once off the rail, and now we'll get the two path as taken back. That's Jackson's Dixie to be the trailer with Sohana. They're chasing La Banqueta. Up the backstretch, Bams, Bliss Kiss has got that clear running room, is a little keen there in second, and the front two now skip clear. They're about 3 in front of Sohana, who's trying to keep up towards the outside with Jackson's Dixie, saving the ground there in the red cap, and they went 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. La Banqueta, Jose Lescano, they're just inching clear now. They're still up by 2.5. All in as Bam's Bliss Kiss is making hard work trying to keep up, and Sohana towards the outside with at the rail Jackson's Dixie. That trio is still chasing the favorite, and La Banqueta at the top of the stretch. La Banqueta trying to put this one away. Jackson's Dixie does start to rally on, and Jackson's Dixie is trying to cut into the margin of La Banqueta. A furlong left to go. La Banqueta still clear. Jackson's Dixie is slowly making up some ground. A final 16th, La Banqueta, Jackson's Dixie trying one final time. La Banqueta, Jackson's Dixie, La Banqueta wins it. La Banqueta over Jackson's Dixie, Sohana, and Bam's Bliss Kiss in 1 minute 10 seconds flat.
Bucaro. Any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사셈. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Horses, step on the track here for today's 8th race. Race 8, 6 minutes away. 1 mile is the distance. Race 8 in 6 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 8. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for race 8. Runners loading. Post time. There's Timaeus who goes in. Street View. Mad Banker. Top Gun Rocket. Mr. Papa Giorgio. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Mr. Papa Giorgio broke very outward. In between horses, there's Pineapple Man is in the early mix and moving forward. Mr. Papa Giorgio after breaking outward. Ragazzo Diabolico now has forward momentum, is well off the rail, is also bringing Timaeus with this rival here in that early group. So they're 3 across the racetrack as they come out of the chute and center of the racetrack. Ragazzo Diabolico is followed by Timaeus towards the outside, is now a clear second, is right in behind them is Pineapple Man, who broke on top, is back to third, is well out there on the far outside of the racetrack. Going towards the inside now is Mr. Papa Giorgio, who's taken fourth. Back to fifth there at the rail, that's Mad Banker. Progressing is Golden Symphony with the 2 trailers. Street View with Top Gun Rocket. Tightly bunched now as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. 22 and 3 was the opening quarter mile, the half in 45.47 seconds. The leader is a big number in Ragazzo Diabolico. A neck advantage over Timaeus, who's fully in pursuit, and Mr. Papa Giorgio is just cruising right in behind them, is behind this battling duo who are all in, and now switching to the outside. Here's Mr. Papa Giorgio. Also, Top Gun Rocket has come from all the way at the back of the pack as they're 3 across the racetrack here and they reach the top of the stretch. Mr. Papa Giorgio is now thrust to the front, but Top Gun Rocket has been just rolling from the back end of the field. Down to these 2. Mr. Papa Giorgio is drifting out of touch. Chasing still as Top Gun Rocket has not passed yet. Now Top Gun Rocket is ready to challenge. Mr. Papa Giorgio battles on far back to the rest, and now Top Gun Rocket has taken the lead. Top Gun Rocket wins it. Top Gun Rocket over Mr. Papa Giorgio, Ragazzo Diabolico, and Pineapple Man in 1 minute 35.44 seconds. Order finish. First, the 1, Top Gun Rocket. Second, the 9, Mr. Papa Giorgio. Third, the 4, Ragazzo Diabolico. And fourth, the 7, Pineapple Man. 1947 in race 8. Winner of today's 8th race is the 1, Top Gun Rocket. He's a 4-year-old, bred in Kentucky by Into Mischief out of Rocket 21. Winning owner, Final Turn Racing Stable LLC. Winning trainer, Panagotas Sinafias. The winning jockey, Dylan Davis. $1947. Stand by for prices. Race official, exacta 680, the double $2.75, and trifecta $33.87. Superfecta $339 even. Pick 3, $22.40. The Grand Slam 770. Running time, 1 minute 35.44. Up next, 9th and final. Race 9 is 26 minutes away. Race 9 is next. And they're off. Mr. Papa Giorgio broke very outward. In between horses, there's Pineapple Man is in the early mix, and moving forward, Mr. Papa Giorgio after breaking outward. Ragazzo Diabolico now has forward momentum, is well off the rail, is also bringing Timaeus with this rival here in that early group. So there are 3 across the racetrack as they come out of the chute in center of the racetrack. Ragazzo Diabolico is followed by Timaeus towards the outside, is now a clear second, is right in behind them is Pineapple Man, who broke on top, is back to third, is well out there on the far outside of the racetrack. Going towards the inside now is Mr. Papa Giorgio, who's taken fourth. Back to fifth there at the rail, that's Mad Banker. Progressing is Golden Symphony with the 2 trailers, Street View with Top Gun Rocket. Tightly bunched now as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. 22 and 3 was the opening quarter mile, the half in 45.47 seconds. The leader is a big number in Ragazzo Diabolico. A neck advantage over Timaeus, who's fully in pursuit, and Mr. Papa Giorgio is just cruising right in behind them, is behind this battling duo who are all in, and now switching to the outside. Here's Mr. Papa Giorgio. Also, Top Gun Rocket has come from all the way at the back of the pack as there are 3 across the racetrack here and they reach the top of the stretch. Mr. Papa Giorgio is now thrust to the front, but Top Gun Rocket has been just rolling from the back end of the field. Down to these 2. Mr. Papa Giorgio is drifting out of touch. Chasing still as Top Gun Rocket has not passed yet. Now Top Gun Rocket is ready to challenge. Mr. Papa Giorgio battles on far back to the rest, and now Top Gun Rocket has taken the lead. Top Gun Rocket wins it. Top Gun Rocket over Mr. Papa Giorgio, Ragazzo Diabolico, and Pineapple Man in 1 minute 35.44 seconds.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent win early pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new middle pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's win early and middle pick 5. First post, 1250.
Jockey's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jockey's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jockey's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Horses stepping on the track here for today's ninth race. Ninth and final, 6 minutes away. Scratch the 2 and the 8. Race 9 in 5 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 9. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for race 9. Field loading. Run 'em more. Clipmaster. Omaha Pistol. Kings and Queens moving forward. Omaha Pistol. Tiote. Captain Jax Perro. Captain Jax Perro goes in. All set. And they're off. Tiote flashes early speed. It was right there with Kings and Queens in the early mix, and out wider, that's Omaha Pistol. Also joining them is Rocked Out. These four across the racetrack early. Clipmaster is back to 5th, just got passed to the inside by Carlin Contention. Second to last will be Run 'em More, and the trailer, Captain Jax Perro. As they speed up the backstretch, Tiote is towards the inside. Shoved along here, Rocked Out, and they went 22 seconds flat for a pressured opening quarter mile. Omaha Pistol settled off with that early tempo, is back for more and ranging up 3 wide. Also trying to run on is Run 'em More at the rail there, Kings and Queens. Captain Jax Perro catches the eye, and here comes Captain Jax Perro. Starts a move, is now taken 7th, is moving in closer. 2 at the back, Clipmaster with Carlin Contention. 45.44 for that half-mile time. Tiote battles on towards the inside. Here's Rocked Out to the outside. Omaha Pistol is just kind of grinding away there from 3rd. Captain Jax Perro is trying to keep that momentum going. The leader is Tiote. It's Tiote towards the inside. Rocked Out. Captain Jax Perro continues that sustained rally, is running out of time. 16th left to go. Tiote is trying to hold off the charge from Captain Jax Perro, who's within a half length. Tiote wins the finale. Captain Jax Perro 2nd. Then came a photo. That's Omaha Pistol with Kings and Queens. In 1 minute 17 seconds flat. Order finish. First to 5, Tiote. Second to 10, Captain Jax Perro. Third, the 9, Omaha Pistol. Fourth, the 4, Kings and Queens. 5-10, 9-4 in race 9. Winner is the 5, Tiote. Tiote. He's a 3-year-old, bred in New York by Authentic out of Cabales. Winning owner, Calumet Farm. Winning trainers, Brad Cox. And the winning jockey, Manny Franco. Tiote, bred in New York by Eaton and Thorne, Inc. 5-10, 9-4. And that's 2 wins on the afternoon for Manny Franco. Race official, exacta 5-10, 1950. The double, $6.50. Trifecta, $20.62. And superfecta, $356.50. Pick 3, $11.40. Pick 4, $61.75. Lead pick 5, $100.12. Pick 6, 5 out of 6, $5.50. 6 out of 6, $240.25. Running time, 1 minute 17.07 in race 9. That concludes our live racing action here for a Friday afternoon. Back here tomorrow for a Saturday. Reminder, we race Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Tomorrow's card, first post time will be 1:10. Our Saturday afternoon of live racing, 11 races on tomorrow's card. 11 races coming your way tomorrow afternoon and a first post of 1:10. Thanks again for joining us. Simulcast does continue, and we'll see you tomorrow for a Saturday. 11 races when live racing resumes with the New York Racing Association and Belmont at the Big A. Good night. And they're off. Tiote flashes early speed. It was right there with Kings and Queens in the early mix. And out wider, that's Omaha Pistol. Also joining them is Rocked Out. These 4 across the racetrack early. Clint Master is back to 5th. Just got passed to the inside by Carlin Contention. Second to last will be Run More. And the trailer, Captain Jack Sparrow. As they speed up the backstretch, Tiote is towards the inside. Shoved along here, Rocked Out, and they went 22 seconds flat for a pressured opening quarter mile. Omaha Pistol settled off with that early tempo, is back for more and ranging up 3 wide. Also trying to run on is Run More at the rail there, Kings and Queens. Captain Jack Sparrow catches the eye, and here comes Captain Jack Sparrow. Starts a move, is now taken 7th, is moving in closer. 2 at the back, Clip Master with Carlin Contention. 45.44 for that half-mile time. Tiote battles on towards the inside. Here's Rocked Out to the outside. Omaha Pistol is just kind of grinding away there from 3rd. Captain Jack Sparrow is trying to keep that momentum going. The leader is Tiote. It's Tiote towards the inside. Rocked Out. Captain Jack Sparrow continues that sustained rally, is running out of time. 16th left to go. Tiote is trying to hold off the charge from Captain Jack Sparrow, who's within a half length. Tiote wins the finale. Captain Jack Sparrow 2nd. Then came a photo. That's Omaha Pistol with Kings and Queens. In 1 minute 17 seconds flat.